Okay. Test 1 2 3 4 5 5 4 3 2 1. Alrighty, guys and gals, we're loading up the game. Okay, live stream. Alrighty, guys and gals. If you're new to the channel, well, welcome. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and bell. And do me a favor, while you're down there, hit that like button. Okay, it's nighttime. Let's go ahead and get some sleep. Good night, Grandpa. Okay, here we go. It is now 8 o'clock in the morning. Still dark outside. We are in November. Anything to sell? No. Over here, let's go check. Let's check this real quick. Roof shingle. Okay, so we get to change this, deactivate, and activate. Oh, the walls are coming up. That's good. Okay, we got 124,000. Here we go. Okay. And got lots of lettuce here. Lots of lettuce. Okay, we got all the lettuce. $106,000. And there we go. Back to the farm. Load up the wood. Now load up the wood. You feel like eating the white dog? Okay. Oh yeah, F12. Turn on that. There we go. So we now have 12,000. Okay. Hey Jeremy, how are you doing today? Okay, yeah, we need wood. Oh, thank you. Okay. So we gotta go to the stonemason. And then we are going to first build a spinnery. Put it next to the sheep. And hey Jeremy, why did you change your name? Okay, we got the castle stones. That we did. Now we got them all. We are need 5,000 roof tiles, given wood beams. You get full of everything except for wood beams. Okay. Castle's being built. Walls are going up. At least this section is. Let's try to see if we can deliver there. I don't think we can, but we'll try. Now we gotta buy it. I don't think we can deliver there, but we'll try it. Okay. No, that's not where I need. That's the spinnery. Ah, now I can see. Nope. Okay, I can't. How much is this? Gotta buy that, and it's 425,000. Feeding grain south. Logistics center east. No, windmill won't take it. No. Tag. Oh yeah, let's see where this place is. Okay, I know what that is. Ah! Saved it. Then flip over. Actually, before I do anything else, let me remember I got to turn that off. Let's doing long beams now. Right now. Hey, Silver Fox. Silver Tiger. Sorry. There was an old firefighter. His nickname was Silver Fox. You remind me of him. Hey Cody, hey Silver Nesty, Sylvania Nesty, how y'all doing? Okay, we got 189, so we can make that. I need to get a grain silo for this truck. 2. That's good. I'm glad y'all are doing good. Yeah, guys, don't forget to hit that like button. And if you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button and bell. We had a good stream yesterday. We're going to have a great one today. There we go. Okay, before we do anything else, Shift P, production. That's not the spinnery. That's the spinnery. Spinnery's going over here. Go. Move this out. Okay, now take this and go down to this one, right? Yeah. Now I said this. I was carrying castle stone and wood beams and wood planks for the castle, then I sold the rest because the castle was full. Okay, we have 111. Let's see something. That's a short one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I played everything since Farming Simulator first came out. That's how far back I go. There we go. $107,000. Now, I didn't start recording Farming Simulator until Farming Simulator 19 came out on YouTube. But I've been playing Farming Simulator back when it was just called Farming Simulator, and you can only get it on a CD. That's how far back I go with Giant and this. Okay. Yes. Actually, in this game, my favorite color is John Deere green. But my favorite color in real life is also green. I bought an SUV just because it was green. I bought a Jeep just because it was green. I bought cars just because they were green. I'm Irish. Of course I love green. I'm Irish, but I'm a Protestant. So orange is my next favorite color. That's where Protestants would wear is orange. So they wouldn't be classified as Catholic. Because I'm not Catholic. Married a Catholic woman. Oh yeah. I love green. Green is a peaceful color. Okay, we're down to nothing. I know I'm gonna need this. Yeah, it's also a Packer color, but fortunately I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. Sorry, I didn't pick a football team because of the colors. But the first NFL helmet I ever had, when I was a kid, my grandparents bought me a Green Bay Packers helmet as a Christmas gift. Of course, I'm not much into football anymore. I actually stopped watching football and baseball when they all went on strike. So, I used to watch NASCAR, and now I just don't anymore. I don't do anything anymore. Okay, we're going to take this. I'll get rid of this because we got the flatbed for the truck. And if I could paint my JCBs green, I would. Take this. No! Why are you not picking up? Good. Yeah. Well, I grew up in New York, Massachusetts when I was a kid. I was a Red Sox fan, and I actually rooted for. When I when I followed football, I rooted for two teams: New England Patriots and Dallas Cowboys. And the third team I rooted for is whoever was playing against the Redskins. When I was You have the Colts? Wait a minute, I don't know. Is Colts still in Illinois? They used to be in Baltimore, and then they went to Illinois. Aren't the Colts still in Illinois, or are they no longer? Okay, how come you not going? You full? What is that? Is wool, right? Yeah. Spinnery. You're not full, but why are you taking that? Cotton, wool. Activate. I don't know why I didn't take that. I'm gonna sell this. Hey, Deep South, how are you? I don't even know what football teams are around anymore or baseball teams. I haven't watched. I have not watched football or baseball or followed it in since the late '80s. So it's been a while. It's been a few decades. I was living in Frederick, Maryland when the Baltimore Colts moved to Illinois. I'm doing good. I went to the doctor. I went to a specialist today. And she yelled at me. Told me a couple things. And she decided to put me on an insulin pump. I went to a doctor that just specializes in diabetes. So I'm going to be having an insulin pump installed on me. So that means no more giving me shots. Okay, up to 15,000. It depends on what you take into the store. I make more money if I process it than if I just sell the raw product. And then there's some products like grass I turn to hay and feed to my animals that make wool. Wool turns around, take it to the spinnery, and I can make linen. And then I can build a tailor shop and make tailor clothes, then sell the tailor clothes, making more money. If that makes sense. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I need to do. Where there it is. Turn that off. We'll not get no more grass. The more you can produce, the better off you are at. Let's put you away now. sheep. Are they full? Oh, they might be. Might be able to start saving up grass for goats next. Once I got enough for goats, and we'll get goats. And process goat milk into aged goat cheese. And while that's doing that, I want to... Yes. Get rid of that. And go to containers. I want to replace it with that. And there we go. Hey, American Eagle, how are you? Where have you been? How's the kids and wife? How's the trucking business doing? I like John Deere, but since I've been using the JCBs, I'm kind of enjoying the JCBs. I've never driven a case. New Holland, it's okay. It gets the job done. It just doesn't have the speed like the other ones. But the one thing I'm thinking of is trading this New Holland in and get a 400 case. I'm gonna try that out. Okay. Sheep are full. Yeah, that's good. I missed you having on my streams. I kind of changed the channel. The channel now is Buddy1927 Farm Sims. I have become partnered with Giant. So they are... So I'm going to be on this channel just doing Farming Simulator 25 content. I know you are. You've been on the road for a long time. But I'm also thinking about starting another channel called Buddy1927 Trucking. And I'm thinking about doing an American Truck Simulator over there. And also, I might start, there's a one called Alaskan Trucking I'm thinking about buying and doing on that channel. And with the American Truck Simulator, if I start that channel up, I'm going to do live streams from noon to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I also gotta still sort out my Subnautica channel too. How was your Florida trip? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Family's important. I got my aunt and cousin coming down from Maine to spend Thanksgiving. Also to visit my mom, who's in the nursing home now. Okay, we got 24,000 some odd dollars. Yeah, my sister doesn't do Christmas until after Thanksgiving. I might keep this New Holland. And just get a case. There we go. Now, let's see what we got in the way of contracts. Cultivating. Oh, bale wrapping. Let's do the bale wrapping. That's 13,000. That's easy work. Ah, that's good. What size TV did you buy? Yeah, that's good. I love it. It's actually Giant's best map that they've ever made. And it's actually their first English map that they've ever made. And they just announced the year 2 season pass last week to come out. I got a link for it down below in the description. And you get a new tractor called the JCBW FT, which stands for the world's fastest tractor. Ah, that's good. Yeah, I gotta get that. I'm gonna set up a second channel, a third channel now, and do the American Truck Simulator over there, and grow that channel up. Oop, wrong button. Yeah, I was doing live streams of of American Truck Simulator, and when I got the partnership with Farming Simulator, with Giant, the owner of Farming Simulator, I'm better off just having a separate just have a dedicated channel just for farming. So I'm gonna probably after Thanksgiving, I'm gonna set up a truck Buddy1927 trucking video channel. For American Truck Simulator, and I think there's another game out that some people told me to check out. I got a demo, I haven't had a chance to play it yet. But it's called Alaskan Trucking. And I might do those two for right now. But this has that channel solely for trucking. I got a Subnautica channel, which I'm trying to grow also. I need to start making some money and hire a video editor so they can edit the video. I can record the videos and they can edit it and upload them. But on the American Truck Simulator channel, I'm thinking about doing live streams on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays from noon to 4 p.m. Take an hour break for dinner, and then go to then come here and do live streams. Well, hopefully by the time they release it, they will fix the bugs. And that's complete. Okay, we're up to 45. Harvesting. Cotton. Cotton. Okay. So let's lease a cotton and collect those 2 cotton ones. cotton, and cotton. P. Let's go with lease. That's all we need. We'll just leasing this. $19,000? No, cancel. $24,000. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to. Yeah. This is a good map. I love this map. Nope, wrong button. Ooh, what's this? When did I take a loan out? Okay. 6 and 21. Okay. 5 and 21. Guys, I really do appreciate the likes. Every like helps the video out. And gives me a boost that y'all do like what I'm doing. hoping the bales roll away, get to where I can't get them. Oh, there we go. Oh, wrong one. Okay, get down number 5. Pick up 5 and deliver that. Then go to number 21 and deliver that. Okay, contracts. Where are they going? And so they're both going the same, so let's pick both of them up at the same time and then deliver them all. So let's make one trip. all this cotton. Okay. Oh, we got 13. Oh, yeah, we got money back. Okay, cool. Complete. And complete. Contracts. Another one. 5,000. Where are you? Kill 49. Yeah, let's do that one. Over down here again. Ah! Okay. Ariel, this is not a crypto channel. This is a gaming channel. So please do not talk about crypto on this channel. This is your last warning. Man, where? Okay. Here we go again. You can leave a message. Hey, Paper Young. Yeah, and if you take a look down below, there should be a link for the digital download for PC in the description. It's actually a good game. I've been playing Farming Simulator ever since it came out. I played all versions of it, and this is actually the best version. I'm playing it on a 2080 Super on this computer right now, and I've had not one problem with it. If you like simulation games and farming, this is a good game. This game actually is better than Farmer's Dynasty. And there's lots of mods you can get, like this vehicle here is a mod. So there's a ton of mods for this game. So you can either play with the base equipment or find modded equipment that Giant has on their website. Now be careful getting it from other websites unless you trust that particular modder that's selling it on a different website. Ones that are on the Giant Farming Simulator mods is actually been checked out, and they are legit. They are not spam, and there's no malicious hardware you'll find, software that you'll find. This is a good game. I love it. When I do live streams, I start off with $0, 0 land. I'm in year 2 right now, and I'm just now getting a farm and stuff like that. But it's an interesting, very interesting to play. Yeah. Also, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you know when the latest Farming Simulator 25 content comes out and when I go live here on YouTube. And do me a favor, hit that like button. It helps the channel out. Oh yeah, you definitely love it. You can see here, I'm playing in 4K on a 2080 Super, live streaming on a 2080 Super. And if you're just playing the game, it takes less GPU and CPU. Now this is the new DLC map, which if you buy the year one, season one bundle pack, you get 4 DLCs included with it, plus this map. And there's a couple other DLCs that you can buy, or there's even a precision farming, which is a free DLC, which you can download from Giant's website. I gotta go all the way to the other side of the map. Okay. Another $2,000 bonus. And we complete. Okay. Field 8. Sugar beet. And sugar beets. Vehicle lease. There we go. Okay. Take you back home. Yeah, Mr. Potato. Yes, this is a great map. I love it. This is the best map Giant has made so far. And it's the first English map that they made. And they did an excellent job on this map. It actually looks like an English countryside. Oh yeah. I mean, they look like an English building. Okay, let's do 42. Oh, I get 42. I'm here. Okay. Yeah, let's 42 first. Hang on a second, guys. I'm sorry. I told you no more crypto. report. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I had to report somebody for spamming. After I warned him not to. Warned him yesterday and the day before. This is a gaming channel, not a crypto channel. He's trying to push crypto. Here we go. Why are you going that way? Come on. Get in there. There you go. Okay, yeah, there's something I want to see if they're both the same. That's consoled there, and that's consoled there, so they're both the same. Ooh, crash and burn. Yeah, let's take that down there. I'm thinking about it. Then we'll move that. Okay, guys and gals, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Alrighty then. Next, this field. Whew. Feel better now. My teeth were floating. So bad I had to go. There we go. There we go. knocking this out. Knocking this out. Appreciate the likes, guys. It really does help. Nope, no. Okay, we're getting there. last row. And this will be it for the harvesting. Got it all done before the rain came in. Yay. No. G, X. Okay. Cool. You into the waste bin. Oops. Okay. Send you back to the farm. There we go. And there we go. Finally got turned around. Let's hug the wall. Since it's supposed to go into the same place, might as well just take it one trip. Take it all in one trip. Save on time and fuel. Okay, we got a 6,930 bonus plus a 405, so about $7,300. That's not bad. In addition to that and that, we are now up to $110,000. Take this back to the farm. There goes the train. Oh yeah, there's something else I need to move. Okay, before we do anything else, we need to load up. Oh yeah, I need to move that too. Okay. 2. And B. There we go. Okay. Now we got some room. Oh yeah, we gotta get rid of all those trees back there. All these floating trees. Which I thought I cut down and evidently I didn't. Oh, there we go. This tree down. Okay, cut the tree in half. Room do I have? Production, there we go. Oh, I got a lot of room. I got a lot of room. Oh crap, got the tree. Oh well. Move the tree first, then cut, cut the trunk. Only 60% full. We got a lot of trees to cut down. Lots and lots of trees to cut down. Oh yeah, there's something else I want to do. I'm thinking about it. Fencing. Yeah. B. I want to place this fencing. Come on, turn. There you go. Here's the fencing I like. No, that's a cow. Is this it? Yes. That's the skis. Nah. Okay. Oh, I didn't tell you to go back. I told you to go sideways. Thank you. There we go. That's better. Okay, that looks better. I don't remember cutting that down, but evidently I did. R. Hi, puppy. Oop. Here we go. That's a floating tree. Let's carry these. 97% full. So let's get that stump. Oh, I got another. Yeah, I got one more tree. I don't think this is going to take it. It might. It did. Okay. Yeah. 98. That's enough. Cut down that stump. Get you the next time. There we go. We got that nice and full, so that's good. Okay, now let's take a look at the contracts. See what is available. Cultivating. Okay. Cultivating. And cultivating. Okay. Got 3 cultivating jobs, and they are one at 43. I had 3 cultivating jobs. One's here, 43, 9, and 18. So let's do 43 first. X H okay. V okay, that contract's done. Which is okay. So if I come down this way, then okay. Not a problem. Rain's coming. At least I can plow and cultivate in the rain. Thunderstorm. I'm hearing the thunder. I'm seeing the fog, but it hasn't started raining yet. Field. This is the field. X. 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 B. B. Yeah, it's raining. Windshield wiper working. Immediately. Really do appreciate the likes. If you're new to the channel, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you know when the latest videos I do and when I go live here on YouTube. And I know 80% of my returning viewers are not subscribed according to YouTube. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and bell. It helps the channel out and helps support the channel. And I would really appreciate that. Here we go. Looks like the sun's trying to come out here. We're at $119,815, so we're doing good money-wise. Making money every day. Need to buy a couple more fields. And I need to buy field 60 so we can start the windmill. There we go. This build will be done. Another contract done. Windshield wiper in the back's working, but not the one in the front. Oh, it is working. Okay. Contract's done. X. And where's the next one? Field 8. I'm beginning to know this map pretty well. For an old map. Go. X. B. And there we go. I always go clockwise. It's out of habit. When I worked on a farm when I was young, I always did clockwise, so I guess it's this habit. I do it now clockwise. Oh. Farmer I worked for, he told me always do it clockwise so that way I can tell you if you're doing it right. I'm like, okay. I was only 13 when I started working out on a tractor. I was only 13 and periodically I would just help out. When I turned 16, I got a job working at FW Woolworth in the mall, going to school full time, volunteering as a volunteer firefighter, junior firefighter when I was growing up, turned 18, concentrated on getting my fire department certifications. Got a job with DC Fire. Worked part-time for the farm I used to work at when I was 12 on my days off. We worked 3 24-hour shifts with a 24-hour break in between. Then we were off for 4 days. So I worked at that farm until I moved. Well, actually, no. I worked on the farm for 5 years. Then I got a job as an instructor at the National Fire Academy and lecturer, instructor and lecturer. Then I got a job. I was giving a lecture on rescue squads in the fire department and urban areas and suburban areas and how they should be utilized and all that, because rescue squads, there were some around, but they weren't specialized like they are now, and they were getting ready to get into specialization. And I gave a lecture on big cities and rural communities should have this, that, and the other thing, access to this type and all that. And one of the chiefs, they were chiefs from around, there was 50 chiefs from 50 big cities around the country that came for this weekend lecture. And the chief of the Norfolk Fire Department loved what I was talking about, and he was implementing a new, and he loved what I talked about, and he asked me if I wanted to move to Norfolk and get a job. I'm like, I work for DC Fire right now. Yeah, I know, I talked to your chief about you. He said, you're up for lieutenant, but it's going to be at least 10 years before an opening opens up. I can get you that lieutenant spot right now. And I said, okay, if you help me out, because we're adding 2 more squads to our department, you help set that up and do a good job, I'll promote you to captain. You'd be in charge of all the rescue squads. 3 rescue squads in the area. So I said, okay. And I moved to Norfolk, transferred my paramedic from Maryland. I was a paramedic in Maryland and DC. So when I got the job in Norfolk, transferred my paramedic to Norfolk, to Virginia, and the chief of Norfolk Fire Department was also a volunteer. He lived in Virginia Beach, and he was a volunteer for Virginia Beach Rescue. And he told me about it, and he's like, yeah, we have 1 full-time truck. We run during the summertime. We run the we're also the lifeguards, and we have boats, and they do all the rescues for the city of Virginia Beach. They said we have 1 full-time crew on the rescue squad, we have 1 full-time crew on the ambulance, then we run volunteer ambulances off of that, and sometimes we need paramedics to fill in for the date for the shifts that people take off. I'm like, he said, I can get you on, no problem. So I joined that, got my lifeguard certification, in addition to my water rescue certification. Because in DC, water rescue and rescue squads were different. There was 1 water rescue squad which I was not on, and I never got my certification for it. so I never was on it. So I was working at, when I finally got promoted to captain, I was working Monday through Friday, 7 days a week, plus on call for any major rescue incidences. Plus volunteered at Virginia Beach Rescue and worked part-time also for Virginia Beach Rescue. I need to go. You go this way. So I did that, and I enjoyed it. I pick up a couple shifts a month on weekends. Sometimes during the summertime, I worked as a lifeguard. Actually, I worked on second duty crew for the rescue, or filled in on the rescue squad, or filled in on the boat rescue. I loved it. Virginia Beach was nice. Nice area. Then I did a stupid thing. I was still lecturing once a month. I still would go to Emmitsburg, Maryland, and lecture or give a weekend class at National Fire Academy up in Emmitsburg, Maryland. And stop in my old fire department. I volunteered at Independent Host Company, which was in the same county that the National Fire Academy is in, so I always would stop in and say hi to guys and all that. And then I did a stupid thing and got married. My wife did not want to move. She lived in West Palm Beach. She said, because she had a nice job as a office manager working in a nursing home that specialized as Alzheimer's and dementia patients. So, and she liked that job and she didn't want to move. So I told my chief and she didn't tell me this until after we got married. We dated off and on for a couple of years. But when we got married, she said, "Oh yeah, so you gotta move in there." I'm like, "What? I'm a captain in the fire department. I'm a high-ranking officer. I get good money as a captain." And she's like, "Nope. I gotta live here. I'm not moving." Plus, my grandmother lives down here, and she lives with me, and she has a good job, so we're not moving. I'm like, okay. So I talked to I talked to the chief, told him everything, gave him a month's notice, and he's like, okay. Well, I know the chief of Palm Beach County Fire Department. I'll put in a word for you, see if he has any openings. And he's like, okay. So he got me hired as a lieutenant. I took it down, had taken demotion to lieutenant, and worked on a rescue. I was a rescue lieutenant, and it just happened to open up at the same time. And the chief did want somebody outside the department. Instead of promoting somebody, he wanted somebody outside the department to... Now, we've already done that. We're not doing any more of that. Plowing. So the chief was like, okay, got down there, got all my certifications. He's like, you work at National Fire Academy on weekends? Yeah. And he remembered me he was in one of my lectures. And he's like, I remember you. Yeah, okay. Well, we're doing some changes, so you won't be a lieutenant long. So I worked there, worked in the county for about 6 months. Then the chief had me take a deputy chief's exam. You had to be a lieutenant or higher to take the exam, and unfortunately, they hire when they promote. They try to promote within. And I took the exam, passed it with flying colors. And he said, "You passed." I said, "Okay, what does that mean?" Well, in about 3 months, when the deputy chief of rescue retires, you become the new deputy chief of rescue for Palm Beach County. You'll be in charge of all the rescue squads and training and scheduling and all this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, oh, yeah. And I talked to your chief of Norfolk, and he had high praise for you. He said, I mean, the way I ran the rescue squads, it was fantastic, and he loved everything I did. I'm like, oh, okay. So I got promoted to deputy chief of rescue for Palm Beach County. Then I caught my wife. I had to go away on a conference. A conference for Palm Beach County. I had to go to what was that city? Oh yeah, it was Houston, where the conference was. And I was like, okay, I'll go. And it was a week-long conference, so I had to go there for the whole week. And so it was Monday through Saturday. Saturday was when the conference was going to end. And one of my there was an incident with one of the rescue squads. That was on Wednesday, so I had to come back early. I had to leave the conference to come and take care of the situation that was going on there. So I got home Wednesday night, about 6 o'clock in the evening, Wednesday night. Found my wife in bed with another guy, and she's the whole time I'm like, okay, what's going on? And she's like, well, he's just a friend, he's gay, he's just keeping me company. I'm like, then why are you in bra and panty? Why did that guy run outside butt naked? So I was pissed. I mean, I was really pissed off. Then my father died the next week. He died the next week, so I had to go to North Carolina for the funeral. And unfortunately, he left my mom with no insurance, $20,000 of insurance and a double mortgage. So she was having trouble in North Carolina. And I'm like, my sister was living up there, and she's like, you need to move up here to help her out. well, I got a good job right now. I mean, I'm a deputy chief. I said, I don't care. You need to come up here. So I moved in. I unfortunately had to resign my position. I've worked there another 2 months, then resigned, then moved up to North Carolina. None of the fire departments were hiring. Closest where my mother lived is in Goldsboro. Goldsboro City Fire Department had a fire department, but they weren't hiring. They had no openings. Tried to get my paramedic transferred from Florida to, and even though I was nationally certified paramedic, I tried to get my paramedic transferred from Florida to North Carolina, and they said, nope, we don't recognize you. You have to start from scratch. I'm like, okay. So I had to take a paramedic class, did that, and I worked part-time. I was working got a job as a assistant manager for Eckerd drugstore, and once I finally got my paramedic, I started working part-time and volunteering. I was volunteering for the local volunteer fire department here in Salson at the time, and I also volunteered at Goldsboro Rescue, because at that time they did the rescues, extrications and all that, so they did the rescues. Then I finally got my paramedic and I started filling in part-time. Then the state changed to where all rescues had to be all EMS. County had to be responsible for EMS. Wayne County, which is where I live, they decided to take all the rescue equipment and have the fire department take over. Then they started Wayne County EMS. And when they finally took over Goldsboro Rescue, when I was working at Goldsboro Rescue, they were the only paramedic unit in Wayne County at the time. And once they started, I finally got hired at Wayne County as a paramedic. Volunteered as a firefighter. I got my mother taken care of, so I ended up moving to a small village called Grantham. It basically had one store. It had a gas station, four-way. It had traffic lights, one traffic light, and a store, and a hardware store, True Value hardware store, and a couple little shops and a barber shop. That was it. But I moved there. I was transferred there when I was transferred there. Wayne County transferred me there to Grantham to work after I worked at the city for about 3 years. They wanted more people working in the city, used to working in the city, so they took me out because they took me out. I became the TIC, the paramedic in charge of, I was on A shift then, and I became the PFC for Station 3 at Grantham. And when I joined Grantham, I also joined Grantham Fire Department and joined Grantham Rescue. And even though the fire department was doing the extrication and all that, and once the chief found out my certifications and everything, all my certifications and what I did, I was still giving lectures every once in a while up in Emmitsburg, Maryland. Chief was like, "Oh, that's cool." So I joined both departments. The chief was they had weekly, they had classes 3 times a month for Grantham Rescue, keep their certifications and all, continuing education. And he was an instructor. And about a year after I've been there, they voted me in as assistant chief of rescue, of Grantham Rescue. I was the engineer and trainer of anybody who needed to be trained on fire equipment and become a driver for the department. They had to go through me. And when I became when I became assistant chief of Grantham Rescue, because the chief that they had didn't do that many rescues at Grantham Rescue. She was mainly in EMS. So when there was an extrication call or a rescue call at the fire department, and I responded, I was the one in charge of the call. So I learned, didn't matter who, what, why, where, and when. If the chief was on the scene and there was an extrication, I was in charge of the scene. So I'm like, cool, okay, I can do that. And a couple years later, she resigned as chief, and they voted me in as chief. I had my own lights and siren in my car. Only chief officers could have lights and siren. And we had a second duty truck there. We had the paid truck that Wayne County had. Then we had a second duty truck, which was intermediate level, but because I was a paramedic, medical director actually gave me a set of paramedic gear for me to carry in my car. So in case I hopped on EMS 32, I could upgrade it to paramedic, or I could just drive to the scene, and if a paramedic needed, I just hop on this. I basically became a QRV medic for the southwest part of the county. And then I ended up, and I was also working at a private ambulance company called Jazz. I was working part-time there, fill-in, stuff like that. I also worked part-time at a couple other county agencies. Then Jazz offered me a full-time position to be captain of a station in Jones County, which had one basic transport crew, and it was also had a intermediate level 911 truck based out of there that ran Monday through Friday from 7A to 7P. And I would be in charge of the scheduling and all that, and I would be in charge. When I said, okay, in North Carolina, you got to be boarded by different medical directors. You weren't just, you're a paramedic, but you could only operate in where the medical director allowed you to. Each medical director, each county had their own medical director, so you had to be boarded through that medical director. And he talked to, before he found out that I was coming from Wayne County, and he didn't know what my certification level was. He figured I was an intermediate because Jones County was an intermediate level county, and the truck was at an immediate level. So he called the medical director the day before I went in to my boards, and my medical director said, yeah, he's the best paramedic we have here in Wayne County. He knows his stuff and all this. I mean, he's also the chief of Grantham Rescue. He's also a QRV medic when need be, and it's like, yeah, I mean, he does everything for us. I mean, he's like, he's the best paramedic we have. I'm like, so I walk in with my with the county, well, no, county medical person who was in charge of Jones County didn't show up. He was posted, but I had my immediate boss, because I was going to be in charge of that station in Jones County. Well, the regional manager came with me because he wanted to make sure I got boarded and everything was kosher. Because he had like 6 counties, 6 stations that he did, which were in 6 separate counties. So he showed up, and him and I went to the medical director. We're like, medical director finally comes in. He said, nope. I'm like, no. What do you mean, no? No, you're not going to be an immediate hit in Jones County. Nope, you're not. I'm like, what do you mean? You're going to be a paramedic. I said, well, I haven't boarded with you yet. He said, well, no, I talked to your medical director. And he gave me praises and all that. He told me about classes he taught and all this. Nationally, and you're nationally certified paramedic. You are part of Homeland Security emergency response paramedic. You're a paramedic for U.S. Forestry, on-call U.S. Forestry. He's like, I don't need to board you. You're boarded. But you're going to run the QRB. And my boss looked, but we don't have a QRB. He said, that's fine. We'll get you set up for a QRB. You're going to be a QRV medic in Jones County. If you want to continue running 911 calls in Jones County, and this is what he told me. He said, if you want to continue running 911 calls in Jones County, you will have a QRV medic from 7 A to 7 P, Monday through Friday. And he will be the only one. And he's like, what do you mean? If he goes on vacation or calls in sick, you cannot transfer anybody else. No. You cannot transfer anybody else. Because the next county over in Carteret County, Craven County, we had a station and they had a paramedic level and they did EMS backup, but he did not like to have the paramedics. He didn't like any of the jazz paramedics. He said, Buddy is an EMS medic first, not a transport medic. He knows his stuff. So he's the only one who's going to operate. If he calls in sick or goes on vacation, nope, nobody else is going to take it over unless you hire a Craven County EMS medic. Fill in. That's it. So he'd be the only QRV, and he'd be responding to all paramedic level calls throughout the entire county of Jones County. And I'm like, so that way you won't have medics, because that was the other thing. There was a lot of mutual aid paramedics that weren't needed, but they were mutual aiding. So any paramedic level call got dispatched, they automatically dispatch a mutual aid paramedic from the from the 4 counties that surrounded Jones County, and they were all paramedic level. And he's like, I'm getting nothing but harassed. So from now on, he's going to be the paramedic unless he's off. Then they will do that. But he must be the only one on there. So you're gonna have to find another intermediate to run the 911 truck. Well, and he's like, well, we already got one. So, okay. So you can put a basic with the intermediate? Yeah. He said what you might want to do is also put a basic or an intermediate with Buddy as a driver. So that way, if he has to hop on the ambulance, they can follow behind in the QRV, and once he's clear of the hospital, he can go back to service and respond to calls again. So that way a paramedic was available, and this, that, and the other thing. He's like, oh, okay, that sounds like a good idea. So they went ahead and did it. And I did that 3 years, running 911 calls for a private ambulance company, making 4 times the amount of money I was making just working full time for Wayne County. I had a big increase. And then I needed a break because I was working 7 8 to 7. I was driving an hour and a half one way to Jones County, and everything. So that's 3 hours of driving, commuting back and forth every day, plus working 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. And if I had a call, say at 6:30 in the evening, I didn't get off until I got back home. So I put the unit out of service, because there was times I didn't get home until 1 o'clock in the morning and had to be up at 5:30. And I did that for 3 years. I'm like, they hired in the Craven County office, they hired a Craven County medic part-time. They hired 2, and they worked 2 different shifts. And they said, well, I'll tell you what, this is what we're going to do for 3 months. For the next 3 months, I'm going to transfer you back to Wayne. And you work the medic truck at Wayne. Give you a little bit of a break, on your days off. I don't want you working anywhere. Give you a break so you don't get burned out too much. I said, okay, I can do that. While I was there, second week I was there, we picked up a patient that weighed 450 pounds, and we were supposed to have another ambulance helping with the lift assist. Same patient that weighs over, we were only allowed to lift, everybody on the ambulance is rated to lift at least 150 pounds. So that means we can have a patient up to 300 pounds without a lift assist. Any patient that weighed over 300 pounds, they had to send a second truck for a lift assist. Well, we had this call, and it was a dialysis patient that weighed 400 pounds, and we were picking him up from dialysis, and dispatch refused to dispatch another truck. I'm like, according to protocol, so we got assistance from the dialysis people to help load the patient into our ambulance, which was great. And we were taking this patient back to a nursing home. And we're like, my partner's like, I can't. Maybe we'll get a nurse or something to help transfer the patient over, or LPN or nurse's aide or somebody to help us. Well, couldn't get anybody to help us when we got to the nurse. So we had I'm like, what we'll do is I'll get on this side, pull the patient towards me, and you just help slide. We'll use the sheet, drag the patient over. We'll pick him up and transfer. We use the sheet. He's like, okay. So I went ahead, pulled the patient over, and there was some water, which I didn't realize, on the side of the bed, and I slipped, and luckily I kept the patient from saying, the patient landed on the bed when I slipped and fell. I landed hard on my knee and twisted my back hard, making sure the patient didn't get injured. And I mean, I was in pain, and I mean, my knee swelled up about 3 times the normal size, and I'm like, I called dispatch, said, hey, we need a 911 truck here to transport me to the hospital. So, well, we got another medic truck, we'll send it over to you. They can transport you. I'm like, I'm in a lot of pain. I don't care. No, we're not going to call 911. We're not going to have 911 pick you up. No. The other truck's at the other nursing home. The other medic truck's at the nursing home. So he's about 10 minutes away from me. He'll be there in 10 minutes. 40 minutes later, the other medic truck shows up. I said, what took you all so long? They said you were 10 minutes away. We got the call 5 minutes ago. We've been sitting for the last half hour at the parking lot down in, we were in Mount Olive when this happened. In front of the food line, not the food line. What was that? The IGA. Piggly Wiggly, that's what, they were in Piggly Wiggly getting meals and taking a lunch break, and they got the call 5 minutes. As soon as they got the call, they came straight here. And it took us 5 minutes to get here. So I've been waiting here for 40 minutes. They wouldn't let me call 911. And the paramedic looked at me and said, yeah, you needed 911. Your leg is messed up. And I said, my back is killing me too. So they transported me to the hospital, gave me some pain medicine, thank God. And the medic that was on the other truck was also an EMS medic. As a matter of fact, he used to be my partner at when I worked for Wayne County at one time. And then he took a job in Duplin County, the next county over. But he still worked part-time for Jazz. So he treated me like a medic. But he treated me like a medic should. So my partner took the ambulance back to there. He took me to the ER. The ER was like, well, you sprained your knee. And what about your back? I told them what had happened. They took x-rays and everything, and they found out I had 5 bulged discs. 1 in my cervical, one in my thoracic spinal, and 3 in my lower back. I had 5 bulged discs. So I spent 2 days in the hospital. And the doctor at the hospital would sign a release so I can go back to work or do light duty. So when I finally got out of the hospital, I had to go to work and tell him, hey, the doctor's not released me for work or light duty. Okay, well, we'll get you set up on. We'll send you over to our doctor and get you back taken care of and all that. So they sent me to a medical clinic in Wayne County, and the doctor looked at the x-rays at there, and he's like, nothing I can do for you, you have to see a specialist. I'm like, yeah, I know that. That's why I told, well, yeah, I can't call you for work, you have to go see a specialist. So workman's comp ended up having to take over. They sent me to this specialist, which was not in the same county. They did send me to an orthopedic in Wayne County. And they were told by workman's comp that it was my knee that was messed up. When I was filling out the paperwork, I said, I also have a back injury. Well, we don't do workman's comp back injuries. So I had to call workman's comp again, or call our human resources person, say, hey, they think I'm just here for my knees. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, my back's screwed up too. Well, then we gotta take it, you gotta go somewhere else. So I had to go to Raleigh, North Carolina, to go see the specialist. So they took a look at my knees, said, yep, your knee's messed up, can't put any weight on it for a couple of weeks. Looked at my back and said, yep, your back's screwed up. Yeah, but I can get you on light duty. We'll put you on light duty. He said, your back starts hurting, stand up. I'll put you on 6 hours a day light duty. Okay? Since I was under workman's comp decided not to. They tried to screw me and said, hey, I got my first paycheck and I only got paid for the hours I was working on light duty, and I contacted workman's comp, and workman's comp is like, no, I contacted the human resources person who's, well, no, that's what you normally get. You only get paid 40 hours. I said, no. I was averaging 72 to 80 hours a week. And no, everybody only works 40 hours. I'm like, no, I was working. She finally looked at my pay for the last year, and she's like, oh, damn, yeah, you are way underpaid. So comp had to, we filed the stuff with workman's comp, and they finally gave me this. They sent me to this doctor. I had to do a follow-up about a month after he put me on there. He said, how's your back? I said, it still hurts like hell. And I was going through, on top of the working 6 hours a day, I also had to go to physical therapy. And I said, even my physical therapist is saying, yeah, you're getting worse, not better. And he looked at, you had somebody local you probably know that physical therapist, and it was trying to make you look bad. So he said, I'm going to give you 1 more month of physical therapy, then you come back, we'll review you then. Didn't take any x-rays, didn't do anything else, didn't follow up and all that on my back. A month later, I go back to him. The physical therapist noted that I had been deteriorating during physical therapy, that physical therapy is not, and that I might need surgery on my back. And he read the note from the physical therapist, and he's like, "Oh, physical therapists don't know what they're talking about. You're clear to go back full duty." I said, "Aren't you going to at least take X-rays?" "Oh no, I don't need X-rays. You're fine. You didn't even feel my back. I don't care. You're fine. You're released." So my company, Jazz, before anybody goes back on a truck after being out, have to do a physical endurance test to see that you can do all this. So basically, you have to unload the stretcher, load the stretcher, pick up a patient, load with assistance, load the patient, just like if you're on an ambulance, you and your partner, load the patient onto the stretcher, then you must load the stretcher onto the truck. And I told him my pain right now is an 8 out of 10 when I started this. And then so I did it, and my pain started again. I unloaded the stretcher, moved the stretcher down, and it was hurting. I was in pain. Helped move the patient from the ground onto the stretcher, no problem. Then went to go load the patient into the back of the truck. As soon as I hit the release for the wheels to be lifted up, and my partner lifted up the wheels, as soon as he let go of the stretcher, I, boom, went down on the ground. And I was in pain. My pain went from an 8 out of 10 to 20 out of 10. So the supervisor who was doing the exam, doing the test, went to the human resources person, who didn't like me because of everything else I was screwing up. And she's like, "The doctor cleared you. You should be able to go to work." I'm like, "Right now." So they sent me back to the clinic where the doctor was. And I told him what was going on. He said, "Yeah, you need to go back to the specialist." So it took 2 weeks, and he said, "As of right now, you're out of work. You can't work." He literally took me out of work until the doctor would see me again. He said, "No, I'm not going to let you work." So I was taken out of work. It would be a month before the doctor could see me. So I was out of work for a month. Luckily, workman's comp was still paying me. And I was having problems with workman's comp and this, that, and the other thing, and with that doctor. So I ended up calling a lawyer. And I got this lawyer. And what happened when I finally went to that doctor, they sent a patient advocate with him who was a nurse. My lawyer did, who was a nurse, and she knew all that stuff. And she actually picked me up and drove me to the doctor's appointment because I couldn't even ride, and I barely could walk, so she brought a wheelchair with her so I could move around more comfortably, and went into the doctor's office. They looked at me like, why are you in a wheelchair? She checked me in instead of me checking myself in. She's like, why are you checking? Well, I'm a nurse. I work for this lawyer, and I'm patient advocate, and we are going to make sure that everything is done correctly. So, they sent me to X-ray. They sent me to X-ray. Got everything X-rayed. And after the X-ray, I waited an hour waiting for the doctor to show up. He looked at the X-rays, showed the X-rays to the nurse, and he's like, "You're a nurse, right?" "Yeah." "Well, you don't know how to read X-rays." I said, "Well, I can definitely see the bulges in his spine right there." And he's like, "Well, yeah, I guess you're right. So I'll tell you what. We'll send him to our specialist, our physical therapist. One in Wayne County didn't know what he was talking about." I said, "Okay." And he'll go 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. He has to be there. He will be out of work. I will keep him out of work. And he said, "Okay." And he said, and she's like, "Do you mind if I go with him and transport him and all that?" She's like, "Nope. Yeah, I don't care. You can watch." First time I was there, the doctor ordered an evaluation of my physical being. So the physical therapist did the evaluation, and he just was like, "Yeah, you're not doing good." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Well, we're going to see strength." I said, "Okay." So for a month, I did physical therapy 3 days a week. Nurse came with me all during that, and every time, and then at the end of the month, they had me do another evaluation, and I was supposed to be evaluated to go back to work full time. And when they did the initial evaluation, I was lifting no more than 25 pounds. My minimum weight that I was supposed to lift, be able to push or manage, was 150. I was at 25 pounds, so I was 125 pounds off. After a month of physical therapy and doing everything, I went from 25 pounds to 10 pounds of lifting and all that. He said, "Nope, yeah, I don't know what to do with you. You need surgery." The physical therapist said, "You need surgery." I'm like, "I don't think the doctor wants to do surgery on me." It was like, So 2 weeks later, I went back to the doctor 2 weeks after the evaluation. And the doctor read the evaluation. He said, "You've gotten worse. You're faking. I know you're faking." the nurse was the nurses looked at him with complete shock. I said, if he's faking, he should win an Oscar. Because this guy's in pain 24/7. His pain is average is an 8. And when he was done with physical therapy, his pain was a 10. Every time he finished that day, physical therapy, he had no meds. You didn't give him any meds. You haven't done anything. I said, well, okay. Well, he's out of work permanently. I said, that's it. That's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to do surgery on him. He's out of work permanently. So, he was like, oh, okay. Be that way. See, what can we do? Can't do? Yeah. Look at a solid. Look at a solid. Look at a solid. Yeah, let's try it.
True.
$21, 8, and 8, 21, and 44. So let's do 48, 21, 44, and we'll go down to 8. And we'll use the New Holland. Which one is fertilizer and which one's herbicide. That's herbicide. And this one's bigger. So yeah, that would be better. We're up to 167,658. So coming over here. I need to get rid of these 2 trees. Those are the next 2 trees. This tree and that tree. It's this one. Took me out of work. And then my lawyer kicked in. My workman's comp lawyer kicked in. And they were trying to get a 5-year salary. So that way I could get 5 years salary while I filed for disability. They got me all the way down to 1 year. That's all because the company was self-insured, so they had to pay the thing. So they ended up settling for 1 year. They first said 5 months, but the maximum that they could pay was 1 year. So that's all the money that they had. And so took the 1 year, paid off my bills, paid the lawyer, got his cut. Then after that money, I took the bills, took what bills I had, paid off my car. So I had the car free and cleared, paid a year's worth of insurance on the car and all that, and I had some money in savings. And it got to the point where I had to use my retirement money, wiped out my savings. It took 7 years for my disability to get. First lawyer I hired got me squat. Then I had to reapply. So you have to apply. There's 3 stages. No, there's 2 stages for approval. I got denied the first time, and that took 2 years for the first time. Then I went on to get again certified for disability, and got denied. And for me to apply, I would have to automatically reapply. And that was 5 years right there. After going in front of a disability judge and nope, going the wrong way. And all that. No, that was 6 years. I'm sorry, that was 6 years. And I'm like, why? The lawyer did nothing, so I fired that lawyer. Well, you owe me, and I don't owe you anything. You didn't get me jack squat. You didn't do a damn thing. So I hired another lawyer who was a local. The first lawyer I hired was one of those national disability agencies that have lawyers throughout the United States. And I'm like, this. First time I met him was at the first hearing. I didn't meet him at all. Oops, nope, not this one. I didn't meet him at the office or anything. I didn't meet him until our first hearing. Nobody, no calls, no nothing. Oh, then yeah, your hearing's at such and such time, and he'll be there. He'll be there, and he'll go over everything. I'm like, nobody's asked me any questions. Said, well, we got all the stuff from workman's comp. You don't need. We don't need to do this, that, and the other thing. So nothing. So when I hired the second lawyer, I had to reapply for disability. I hired the second lawyer before I reapplied, and he's like, you should have been approved. I said, well, they said no, and the lawyer I had didn't fight anything. I said, okay. So I met with him, met with the lawyer. He kept in contact with me. It took a year before a judge will see me. I mean, they were 2 years behind. They said it would take 2 years. Well, he got it down to a year from the time I filed. The second time I filed, they said it'd be 2 years before your case is heard. And at that time, I had no more money. I ended up moving in with my mother. The only thing I had was food stamps. So I moved in with my mother and all that. And I finally went to trial. Judge walked in, introduced himself, and said hi. And he read the statement that my lawyer drew up, because the other lawyer never drew up a statement or anything. He just read the statement. It was the same guy who the not the prosecuting, but the defending lawyer for the state was over there, and a guy who had who does job placement for the United States was there. And first time they said I could be a rag inspector. Basically a rag inspector is somebody who is basically a fire inspector for a factory. And the first time I asked him, well, there's hundreds of jobs that you can do right now. I said, well, where's the closest rag inspector job that I can do right now? Oh, the closest one right now is in California. I live in North Carolina. How am I going to get a job in California? How am I going to be able to afford to move to California? I'm like, this is ridiculous. Well, the job's available. So you don't qualify. I'm like, Joe's like, you don't qualify. Well, when I went to this judge looked at, by this time I was 50, when I got injured I was 48. This is year, so 7 years, how old was I was 53. I was 53. By the time I went to this judge, and my lawyer's like, yeah, you'll get the job. You'll get this, no problem. So he just comes in, introduces himself, sits down, reads the information. You're approved. What? You haven't asked me a question. I don't care. You're approved. And the lawyer for the state and the U.S. Job, whatever his title was, a person who says that there's jobs available for a person with my certain disability. And they're like, what do you mean he's approved? You haven't started the hearing. I said, well, you read the lawyer's, you had a copy of the lawyer's synopsis, right? And all that? Yeah. Well, I'm approving it based on what he said. He's approved. You should have been approved the first time. He said, unfortunately, I can't go back the other 6 years and back pay you, but what I can do, you get 1 year's back pay, because once you reapply, you don't get anything back paid from the other 2 hearings I had to go, because I had to reapply, so they start over again, so the year starts. So I had to wait a year. So he approved. But what I can do, because it would take a year before you get your health insurance. It'll take, you have to be on disability for a year before you qualify for Medicare. He said, I can make you qualify for Medicare within 6 months, starting today. And that lawyer was like, no, he has to wait a year. I said, no, he's getting it within 6 months. I can do that. That's the only thing I can do. He's going to get 1 year back pay, and starting immediately he gets full disability. No problem. He's like, and the judge I was seeing was the head judge of the disability hearings. He's like, the other judge who I saw, he said he denies everybody all the time. There's times, he basically said, that judge is retiring effective immediately. And I'm like, what do you mean he's retiring effective immediately? Well, after reading your case and all that, he's really messed up, so he's no longer going to be a judge. He's either going to be fired or given the option to retire. And that's it. Doesn't he have to go? No, I'm his boss. I can do that. So I'm like, oh, okay. So basically, that judge said nothing to me. I got everything, and they expedited my pay, my back pay, and everything within a week. I got my back pay. Then I started getting my disability checks on a regular basis. Then about after I finally got my health insurance, 6 months later, I fell down the stairs and broke my leg. Now, where's the next one I'm going to? I fell down the stairs and broke my leg. Okay, so I can just go down there. Boom. Okay. I had a spiral fracture with 22 fractures in the spiral fracture. Orthopedic that was in the ER was like, the only thing I can do is amputate. The ER doctor knew me because I used to be a paramedic and work out of that hospital, run out of that hospital, bring patients in, so he knew me personally. So they ended up sending me to to Raleigh, to Wake Med, to a trauma orthopedic, who put me in plates and stuff like that, and for a year they tried to save my leg, but it finally got infected, so I had one of two options. Was either get a rod put into through my ankle, through the bone, and I won't be able to bend my ankle. Would not be able to bend my ankle no more. I'd just be basically hopping around. But if the leg got infected, it would be above the knee amputation. So the other thing is a below the knee amputation. And I asked him, what is the percentage of me getting? So I really can't. I said, Doc, I was a paramedic, okay? He said, yeah, I know you are. He said, this paramedic to doctor, what are the chances of me getting infected to where I have, what percent? He said, you got about an 85% chance of it getting infected. So I'm like, yeah, let's go with the amputation. So they amputated my leg below the knee instead of above the knee. Thank God. And that's my life now. I do YouTube videos. But we do appreciate the likes. Yeah, this is where we're at. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and bell, especially if you like Farming Simulator 25 content. I try to make a video every day, and I try to live stream every day. So if you are subscribed and hit the all notification, you will receive a notification when the videos come out and when I go live. Now, unless I have a doctor or I'm sick or I take a vacation, which I very rarely do, I try to live stream every day. Every once in a while I might take a day off just to give me a break. And I try to make a video, post a video every day on this channel. And I just gotta get caught up and all that. So if you like Farming 25 content, hit that subscribe button and bell. And while you're down there, hit that like button. Now, according to YouTube, 80% of you watching who are returning viewers are not subscribed. So if you want to help support this channel, just hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost a dime. It really doesn't. It doesn't cost you one dime. But it does help out this channel a lot. And I would appreciate it. There's nothing planted in this because I've already, I don't know why I'm fertilizing. I don't care, it's money. It's money. Money, honey. It's funny, honey. And I usually live stream about between 5 and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 10 o'clock at night. So I live stream about 4 to 5 hours every night. Keep you entertained. I do read the chats, and I don't mind chatting with people while I'm playing. If you got questions, you're more than welcome to ask questions. You're more than welcome to ask questions on the videos. I read all the comments, and I try to respond to everyone. If I don't have an answer, I'll try to find an answer. So it might take me a little bit of time to respond to a comment. So I might have to find out what the answer is, because I don't know everything. To be honest with you, I don't. Even though I play this game basically 24/7, 365 days a year, but I'm not one of these, how do I put it? I'm not one of these guys that wants to know every technical issue. You know, I'm a casual. I just play. That's all I do. I just play. I enjoy the game and just playing. There's stuff I've learned. Hell, there's stuff I've learned from watching other YouTubers. There's YouTubers I watch on a regular basis. Not for actually to learn, but mainly get some ideas, get suggestions. One of the YouTubers I watch is Dagwin. He's a guy from Britain that I like. I like his videos. I watch him. He has good videos. I kind of like it. Another one is the one I really like, and his name is Farmer Cop. He's a full-time police officer, and he plays Farming Simulator 25. He's Been playing since 2020. He's had a YouTube channel since 2020. And he does... I've learned some stuff watching from him. He has a lot of information. He also gives me ideas for videos from mine. So does Dagwin. So does some other ones. I don't copy what they do, but I try to put my own spin on all my videos. So I don't copy one YouTuber's word for word or play for play and all that. I try to do certain things. Like, this is a survival series. Start from zero and go all the way up. I have another video series that I'm doing called Deserted Island, where I had a chainsaw, a cell point, and a place that will spawn vehicles on this little dot of island, and I can slowly expand, make the island bigger. We done? Oh, I'm out. How did that happen? I wasn't paying attention. That's what happened. So I'm doing this Deserted Island and doing a series like that. I'm doing Utin Pantai series right now. Mainly concentrating on building the temple build, doing the temple build and all the process, plus farming and all that. That's just a regular farming series, concentrating on the build of the temple in Huttapantai. I have another one that I just started. Episode 2 should come out in a couple days. Episode 1 came out a couple days ago, and episode 2 should be coming out in a couple days. And it's called Trout Farming. I'm on this US map. I can't do any farming contracts. Only money I can make is stuff that I get that I started off with $1 million to set up a trout farm and food and all that. So I got 2 trout ponds and a fishing hatchery, and I gotta keep food and all that in there. And I just set up a greenhouse now where I'm growing lettuce. So that's the only way I can make money, is selling products that I produce. So, but with the trout farming, the money's good when you sell the fish, but the fish food is expensive. So eventually I'll have a fish factory and start, hopefully start producing, once I buy some farmland and start growing the materials to make fish food. Have that, and start getting into more productions to make money. And the one thing I'm thinking about doing is doing an oil production to make extra money. So the only way I can make money is either by buying farmland and farming and setting up my own farm, or do oil. I'm thinking about doing the oil. There's a new mod that came out where you can actually have oil and all that, do all that stuff. So that's one of the series that I'm working on. And if you have a series or a map you think I might enjoy, let me know. Let me know in the comments. Let me know by email. My email is available on my website under the About page. Don't ask me questions via email, but at least ask questions in chat or in chat and all that. I started this channel just so I can make enough money to get off of disability. Oh, actually, I started this channel back in 2013, and I was just doing it as a hobby. But once I lost my job, and because I suffer from severe depression, and I also suffer from post-traumatic stress. And because I couldn't work, I couldn't do anything, I became a vegetable for 6 months. Then I broke my leg, and going through everything, I see a psychiatrist on a regular basis. I was seeing a therapist on a regular basis. I'm to the point where I don't have to see the therapist. I just need medication, so I see the psychiatrist once every 3 months. But I try to get things done. And one of the things that they ask, what do you do as a hobby? Well, I play video games, and I made videos for this clan when I played World War Tanks. The clan I was in, I was making videos, and I started my own. We had our own clan video channel, YouTube channel, NAFTA, and then I decided, let me just make my own and make money out of it. I could make a little bit of money, because back then, all you needed was 200 subscribers. And then you start making a little money. Well, and I really didn't do that many. I do videos maybe once a week in between work and stuff like that. I really wasn't doing the way like I am now, full-time, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I do it just keep me sane, because I'm a workaholic. I mean, when I worked full-time, I was averaging anywhere from 100 to 120 hours a week. So that's a lot of time. Let's see, where are we? Okay, the sun finally came out. It is 12:38. We have $789,000. So it's close. It's after 10 o'clock, and I gotta let my dog out any which way. So I'm gonna end the stream here. I do appreciate you all watching. I do appreciate all the likes you've given me and all the new subscribers. So, as always, have fun playing games. Be safe out there in the world, and I'll see you in the next one.